Right, and I think we're live. So good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good day, hello, and welcome to another Vector 3D live stream, where we've changed a bunch of streaming settings and using a different microphone. So if it sounds weird, sounds different, or you can't hear anything, please let me know, and I will change some things. Hopefully everything will hold up. I've tried to improve the output video quality and stuff as well. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But that's what it is. So today we're taking a look at the Snapmaker A250T, which is this huge chungus box here. This video counts as a hashtag ad because of weird promotional advertising regulations in the UK, where because I got this for free, I have to say it's an ad. So they've not paid me to do this. They've not said I can not say anything. They've not said it has to be positive or anything weird like that. They've just given it to me and go, here you go, you can make a review. So here I am doing a thing, and it's called an ad, even though it's not really an ad in my opinion. But there you go. Now we know. Mic is good. Is it better than normal, or does it just accentuate the fact that there's no sound deadening in the room and it sounds even more weird and echoey than normal? We don't know. I spent a little while trying to improve things. We'll find out if it is actually an improvement. So, by the way, there's a link down below, which is just like to the Snapmaker page. They haven't said I had to put it there. I just put it there because people always ask, what is it and where, tell me more. So there we go. There's a link in the description. And I put a Vector 3D tracking thing that goes through my website, just so I know how many people actually use the link. Because if it ends up being like 2 people, I know that I don't need to bother next time. So, I don't know loads about this machine, but I do know one thing. Well, I know a couple of things. A, they have a reputation for being pretty well built in terms of their rugged materials. So they use typically a lot of aluminium, and they're like all like lead screw or bull screw driven, all covered axes, so no belts and stuff like that, no open things. And the main purpose of the machine, well, there isn't a main purpose. That is the purpose. It's a 3-in-1, so it can do 3D printing, CNC, and something else. I can't remember. You know, me doing this on the desk, it's not even coupled to this desk. So this desk here, this white one, is what the mic is connected to. Even though it goes through this boom arm and through a dampener, it somehow still picks it up. It might be, you know, if I've accidentally enhanced the bass frequencies. Hopefully that will be a bit better. I do tend to bang the desk a lot, I know. Which is why initially I had it attached to this desk. I was like, no, that's going to cause problems. Let's use this other desk nearby. You can click the link and you'll find out the other things that it does. Obviously, from my perspective, I have most experience with 3D printing things, so that's the thing that I'm going to be testing it out with mainly today. Sorry, just confused at the fact that it's just a box inside a box. So far, we've got absolutely nowhere. I do have the enclosure, actually, as well. That is over there. If we have time, I'll do more. I'll do the enclosure as well. But it is looking rather large. I think it's one enclosure for both this size and the larger size, so it might look a little small in that enclosure. We'll see. So yeah, there's a 250 size and a 350 size. They did ask me which one, and I was like, my workshop isn't very big. Can I have the 250, please? So this is the smaller of the two sizes, but as far as I'm aware, feature-wise, they're basically the same other than size. Laser engraver is the third one. Okay. Well, I probably won't do laser stuff on stream because I am terrified of getting it wrong and screwing my eyes. So this is what the inside looks like. it's got this nice thing which says take this out first. Okay, which is like, right. I don't know. Oh my goodness. This is like a full-on book. I was expecting some little paper leaflet. So if you check the link, you'll probably have found out that it's not a particularly cheap machine. But obviously, when cost comes into it, you have to consider not just the absolute price, but relative to other things and its kind of durability and a lot of other factors other than just the features that it can do. This looks like a bloomin' excellent, very thorough manual. It's all full colour. It feels like a brochure that you'd get when you go to like an exhibition. It even smells like a brochure. Oh, it smells like a magazine. That's what it feels like. It's so nice. I don't want to use it. It's too nice to use. Right, let's get into the. Oh, this box is so heavy. Can you? I've just realised you can't see me when I do. Oh, sorry. There we go. I'm assuming the audio remains the same. It should do. Holy bananas. Take this out first. So now you can see like the way this machine is designed. So this is what they call a linear module, which is basically, as far as I can tell, a lead screw and a piece of extrusion with a carriage on it. But they use this same thing for everything. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I think that's probably 2 for Z, 2 for Y, and 1 for X. That's my guess. And they should all be identical. Oh, they look nice. So let's grab those out. So that's 5 linear modules. Under that, oh, these are so nice. This is such a nice difference from the normal, like, low-cost printers that I normally end up looking at. So this is the power module, which is presumably a power supply in a really nice-looking box. Tools. I'm going to run out of space very quickly if I take these all out. Tools and accessories. So I think the plan will be to use the tools and accessories that are included. That gives me a better way to evaluate it. Some cables, adapters and brackets. Tool heads. So this is 3D printing and 3D printing, CNC and laser tool heads. Touchscreen. Oh, I want to look at these closer. We need to get this box out of the way so I can have a closer look. Some 3D printer filament. This is some black PLA. It's labelled down here. That's how I know. The controller. The work platform. So this is like your build plate kind of thing. Obviously, you've got different layers for depending on the operations you're doing. And I've run out of space. What's this in the bottom? Oh, that must be like the base plate. Ugh. Ow. Okay, yeah, we're good. It's a lot of stuff. Right. Do you have a bamboo? No, no bamboos for me. I tried to contact them and they did not respond. So let's take a look at one of these linear modules. Pretty efficient on the packaging as well. There's not too much. I mean, there's some of this foam. This stuff I don't think is recyclable, but it's lots of cardboard, so they've minimised the amount of packaging. It's not recyclable, which I do very much appreciate. I mean, that's just it's so nice. Excellent. Yes, I did communicate with James to try not to trample his live stream too much. Good to have you here. So they've got all these unique connectors. I'm not a fan of like proprietary connectors. I can't talk apparently. Are we going to manage focus? Come on. So you can see, presumably the fatter pins in there are going to be for like power and ground, and then the others are going to be signal pins. Or it's reversible. No, I think it's power, ground, and then some signal pins. That's what the connector looks like. The whole module is very solid. I mean, this... You probably need a dial gauge to find out if there's any backlash. I can't wiggle that with my hands. The way this is all just totally enclosed is kind of insane. Presumably this is like a piece of retractable spring steel or something. I have no idea how it works, but that's pretty impressive. All these custom extrusions. Lead 8mm, stroke 264mm. I do really like this. I'm not sure if this is... It's like a really powdery kind of coating, like a rough coating. I'm not sure if it's a plastic cap over the top. It's probably not, is it? It's probably just a really nice thick powder coat finish. Impressive. This is pretty nice. So that's what a linear module looks like. We've got 5 of those. Let's have a look at this controller. One of the things that I was thinking as I was preparing for this today is, I wonder how easy it would be to put clipper on it. Well, this is something different, isn't it? It smells kind of funky. So you've got these kind of rubber protective ports. It's a bit weird, I think, because as soon as you start assembling the whole thing, they're going to get populated, and I can't imagine you'll ever need this rubber cover again. Got some extra cables in here as well. I don't know if I want to... I mean, I do want to unscrew it. I 100% want to unscrew it, but I don't want to risk it as well. Oh, we have to. That's like a thing that I do. We're going to have to tear it down. And do our very most careful to put it back exactly as it was. Right. It's getting closer. What's that on there? That's just a piece of packaging. Is the audio sounding better or worse than normal, or is it just the same? I think if it's just the same, it indicates that the room is part of the problem. I might try and move this up a little bit. Hopefully that's still good enough for you to hear me. There is kind of a noise gate on it, so below a certain volume, it will just mute everything. I sound like normal. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. Oh, neutral. I have a very neutral voice. I don't have a very deep voice, so you don't get a kind of nice sound that you do out of deeper voices. Oh, just sounds pretty high and tinny. We're getting towards live stream season now, so there's probably going to be quite a few coming up. So I just want to kind of get everything ready. I think I'm going to have to spend some money on some other things. My stream ended at an unplanned point for technical reasons. Oh dear. What happened? Did something just shut down? Oh, easy are these to put back in. Hmm. I think I just need to pull them all out. The rubber bits can stay in. Snapmaker probably didn't envisage me doing this. Don't know if anyone's particularly looked inside one of these before. And I don't know how easy it is to get any further than that. It looks like it's bonded in. Oh no. There's actual thermal paste to some components. The more I do this, the more it feels like a bad idea. It has to come out the other way. Oh dear, now I've done it. Now I can't take it out or put it back in. Here we go. So that right there, that processor is an ARM GD32. I think this is going to separate from this. Oh golly, oh golly. So many bad ideas all in one go. I thought these were like thermal fuses. Maybe they are, but maybe they're used for current limiting or something. I'm not sure exactly what they are. There's not too much on this lower board. Oh, I've got thermal paste on my fingers now. Interesting form factor they've chosen. So you can see the drivers here. They're not really labelled. I assume they're the stepper drivers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you very much, Derek. Much appreciated. I think I'd better put this all back together before I damage something. And I need to try and get this back in because it's supposed to be in there. There we go. I think it's quite good to see that the quality on the inside of these is also good. Quite often you can have nice quality on the outside and then you bolt everything up and the inside looks like rubbish, but doesn't seem to be the case here. I'd say it's pretty well made. Now, what way in was this? Oh, bananas. That's a light. So where's the LED? Well, that goes against there, that goes against there, that lines up with those. Got to go that way around. No. Well, yes, but no. Oh dear. This way around. Yes! This must be quite difficult to assemble in the factory. It's a very non-standard assembly strategy. Okie dokie. What have I done? Just going the other way around or something? Yes, this went in the wrong way around. This should go this way up. Right. Whew, we made it. Forgot to take a picture. Never mind. I think the screws are stainless steel. I much prefer steel screws, bright zinc plated. My preferred finish. Steel is just easier to use because they're magnetic. Stainless steel, while can come in magnetic variants in its screw format, typically is not. It's not a big problem particularly. And it's obviously not really designed. Well, it is, I think, maybe partly user serviceable. I mean, I've managed to take all of this apart. Probably these screws are different. Yeah, I think the different ones are these ones here. Good afternoon. Yeah, it is all pretty tight tolerance. That's where lots of cost comes into it. I'll do what I like. Thanks very much. Maybe I should have just ploughed on with the build. Sometimes just taking stuff apart is irresistible, especially when it looks this tidy. I think the controller is a good kind of benchmark for what we can expect from inside other things. I don't think I'll plan to take everything apart. I don't think we'll learn that much, and it would probably take forever. There we go. That's the controller. I think the packages are also kind of designed so that if they need to ship you a spare, they can be just shipped in whatever packaging they've got for that particular unit, rather than repacking everything in a new box. Look at that. Oh, it's so insanely nice. You can see like the typical, that is a standard hole pattern there. So output says 24 volts, 320 watts. So I'm guessing it's going to be something like an LRS 320/24. This is another thing where I want to take it apart. Got a little fan in it. Oh, it can't take that long to take this one apart, surely. I just want to see what the power supply is inside. a cap that's just going to slide off? Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. We'll take this one at face value. How about that? Oh, no one's going to leave. Great, excellent. You're banned forever. Bye. One arse. Anyway, linear module, controller, work platform. I think. Oh, I wanted to see the touchscreen as well. This. Hello, everyone. I'm so important. I'm better than you all in every single way. Bye. Okay, you do you. So this is like basically like a phone by the looks of it. Pretty similar. With a big wongle dongle attached. Okay, not too much to see. Lots of packaging. I reckon we should find some instructions and actually get that stuff together. Isn't it funny how when people are like, it's just like, oh, I worked at all the best companies in the world, doing all the best things. I've got 150 years experience at 700 of the top 500 companies. Okay, great. Maybe you should go back to doing that. Oh, dear. Before you start, disclaimer, intended use, safety and compliance, laser safety. Here we go. The laser module is a class 4 laser product. You should operate the laser module only if you have sufficient knowledge of 1. The physical properties of laser radiation, 2. Laser hazard classes and associated health implications, and 3. Safety measures. This laser product should be used exclusively for recreational purposes. Operate the machine with an enclosure covered and wear the laser safety goggles. Never expose yourself to the laser beam. Proper use and care of the laser module are essential to safe operation. Operate in a well-ventilated space. Always unplug the power cord from the electrical outlet before performing maintenance or modifications. Remove any reflective material from the work area underneath the laser module as it can cause scattered radiation. The laser safety goggles block direct, reflected and scattered laser beams and radiation with the wavelength between 190 and 540 nanometers and the optical density higher than 6 from entering your eyes, thus providing protection while you operate with the laser module. The lenses might be burned when subject to high laser energy beams, and if this happens, you must stop using the damaged goggles and use a new pair. Also, due to the qualities of polycarbonate, which is used to synthesize the lenses, you should use pH-neutral detergent or water to clean them and avoid scraping them. I think that's pretty sensible recommendations for laser safety. There's nothing... I mean, it's included in the before you start section, so that's also reasonable as well. Good stickering and like warning about laser radiation product. Build volume, specifications, parts list. That's super detailed, even with the whole flipping packaging layout. Absolutely bonkers. In a good way. In an expensive way. Yeah, if you're looking for a budget machine, this is probably not it. But if you're looking for something that can do quite a lot by the looks of it, we've got a bunch of video tutorials, seams, machine assembly. I really like that. It's nice. It's kind of reminds me of IKEA. I don't know why. Or Lego. Like maybe that's the kind of inspiration they used. Right. Attach the feet to the base plate. Sure thing, chap. Where's the base plate? Goggles are not enough, that is correct. If anyone sees other people doing lasers with just goggles, tell them they're very, very naughty. Lasers are last, eyeglasses, safety goggles are the last line of defense. Not the first and not the only. If your laser safety goggles are being used, you're already fucked up. Well, would you look at that? So this is, for those that have seen the Prusa Mark IV recently, I'm sure you've noticed, they called their kind of panel, what did they say? Injection molded aluminium? No such thing. Well, okay, it's kind of the same. But injection molding for aluminium is called die casting. And that's what this clearly is. It could have been machined, but I'm pretty sure, judged by all the marks, because these are like injection marks, I believe. I'm not like an expert when it comes to actual manufacturing. But I think I've seen enough to presume, I think I'm making a pretty good assumption that this would have been die cast. And all these little hole circle marks, rather, are the injection points. Quite an impressive piece of kit. It's actually reasonably lightweight. Lightweight and pretty stiff. So we need to access the underside. I don't know where the feet are though. Cables, adapters, brackets, filament, tools and accessories. That's the one thing I guess that it doesn't say. Okay, maybe it does. Toolbox contains these things. I was going to say, it's great that it tells you obviously what you need, but not where to get them, because there's loads of different boxes, but it actually does say, in this toolbox, you can find all of the things, of which one of them is 4 feet. So, shut up, Adam. Just read the manual. So you're right, and I imagine that would be this side, because there are sharp corners here. This side is not important. I mean, unless any of the holes are tapped, and I don't think they are. So normally once you've cast something, you'll have some imprecision potentially in these faces, like they won't be perfectly flat and stuff. So what you do is you finish, like you'll jig it. I'm going... I'm talking a bit out of my station now, but as far as I'm aware, you hold it down in place on your whatever machine, and you machine the faces that you need to be flat or as a reference to something else. So maybe the feet, I mean, probably not in this case because they're not like precision. But I would guess this is probably clamped down, and they machine all these features into the top face. So this is probably made flat. Yeah, made flat, and then they machine in this part, these parts that are recessed, and maybe this hole, depending on how important its shape is. Potentially sometimes some holes, but it doesn't look like these are. These are just the shape that they came out of the casting. I'm try not to pretend I know too much. Like, I'm sort of guessing. I guess it's sort of like an experienced guess. Don't go to someone else, oh, you're completely wrong because Adam said this. But if they don't know, I think it's a reasonable suggestion. There's so many nice things. Correct. Yes. Yes. Good giveaway. Good indication. So for those that don't know, a draft angle. Oh, why am I explaining all the things? People are just going to be like, oh, you're so patronizing. When stuff's molded, like you put it in a mold, you need to be able to take it out again. If your walls are parallel, then that's very difficult to do. So what you do is a draft angle. So instead of your mold edges being straight, you have them at a very slight incline, which is why things like pens and stuff are nearly always have like a taper on them. Same with like soldering irons and other stuff like that, because it gets injection molded, and then they have to release it from the mold. So the draft angle helps release from the mold. And again here, die cast is within a mold, so your die cast faces will have a small draft angle, whereas your milled ones, obviously that's done with a spinning tool and thus uniform. Anywho, right, let's make sure we're using the included tools just to test them out. I did get all the tool heads. They actually came all together. Da 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 da. I was expecting 3 separate boxes for the instances where you don't get all 3, but I did receive a box with all 3 of them together. Oh, they got little included tools as well. I'm not much of an expert when it comes to CNC. I've never done it like myself. I've like had stuff made that's been CNC'd, designed stuff for that process, but never set up a machine or used proper CNC machine. I'd like some actual decent training in one at some point. That would be pretty cool. And I know someone who might be able to help with that, actually. Anyway, has this got a... Just gets better. This is like the most ridiculously machined part I've ever seen. This is a screwdriver handle that's been milled out of, looks like an aluminium extrusion. It's pretty ridiculous. I'm not sure it's even that great as a screwdriver. It looks really nice. What size do I need for this? Good magnet. Or is it supposed to be? That's all right. Huh. I don't think he got the rotary tool either. I think I was meant to. I have to ask about that. One of the projects I had an idea of doing requires the rotary tool. So if I don't, then I'm not going to make very much progress, am I? Right. All linear modules must be assembled in their intended position. Now identify 2 linear modules with the laser pattern. Lead 20 millimeters. 20 millimeter lead, blimey. They will be the Y axes. So they're not all the same. I thought they were the same. 20 millimeters, 20, 20, 20, 8. So it looks like there's 3 20s and 2 8s. So I'm guessing the 8s are Z and the 20s are X and Y. So the lead... Oh, should I explain this shit or should I just shut up? going to explain what these is. I don't know, I feel every time I see something I'm like, what if somebody doesn't know that? They're going to feel confused. But I know like 90% of the people watching probably already know. Let me do 2 of these. So 2 of those. There are 3 linear modules engraved with that. The unused one will be defined as X. Make sure the sliders, you can't really see the manual. Normally I have a digital one on screen. We're up to step 3. Make sure the sliders are aligning with each other. If not, you can move them to the same position as illustrated. Oh yeah, I probably can with a 20mm lead, can't I? Do not press the steel strip, even though it's very tempting, or is very, very thin, that steel strip. Okay, so we want to line these up next to each other. Oh, they look pretty similar anyway. There we go, that's pretty similar. Okay, now we need to put this away. Oh, this is going to, as the base plate. That's nice though, that's a good size. I think one thing I kind of learned recently is that big 3D printers typically seem to sell better than small 3D printers. And yet, I really want small 3D printers. And I think it's because obviously I have a bit more throughput than most people. And I can't really just like have a machine and stick with it like I think most people probably would. It's better to be able to have lots of small machines rather than like 2 or 3 big ones. The Y-axis platform. Where the dickens is that? Anyone? Work platform. That sounds like it could contain what I need. Oh, is it this? This is dinky. I really want to build a rook. They look so cool. I feel like this is probably not it, but no, this is just some materials. Too small. Yeah, that's the ticket. Oh dear. So again, die cast. Oh, it's nice, isn't it? Oh, here we go. Now you can see. Here you go. This is a really good demonstration of the finishing process. You can probably see it there. I'm going to zoom you in anyway. So you can see here how it's shinier. So that's very clearly where they've, after die cast, they've jigged and milled all of these top faces, because I want these presumably all the same and all nice and flat. So they've all been machined and there's no additional finish on the top. So yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. Now, assemble the platform in the correct orientation, so it looks like those pointing upwards. My two linear modules going here and here. I'm not sure why there's so many holes in these plates. Just funsies, I guess. We're going to need some screws. Got a toolbox. M4 by 8 screw. You could even... Yes. Brilliant. We all want a great big printer to print big things. Then we get one and find out 3 smaller ones fits our needs better. I don't know. I mean, it's businesses as well. I think businesses always want big machines, and they obviously buy a pretty large quantity of them. I don't know how these are going to be pretty tightly tolerant, I suppose, but I mean, if these are squiff, they're not going to run very smooth, I don't think. I don't know how we make them square. Great big printers are obviously fine for printing great big things, but in the time when they're not printing, they too take up a huge amount of space. And then you start putting things on them, and then you realise, oh, now I've got to move it out the way or something. And I end up spending a lot of time moving 3D printers, especially if they're not ones I'm necessarily keeping very long. So if it's big, it's difficult to move. I'm not a big fan of this tool. I don't think it's a particularly great tool. And I'm disappointed a little that there's no washers or suggestion of Loctite. I don't know if the intention is you need to change this for different CNC and stuff operations, but there's quite a lot of wibble wobble in these as well. What was it saying? Oh, don't tighten. Are we? I think we're not tightening these yet. Do not tighten the screws until step 6. So my answer, the answer to the question of how do we get them aligned is presumably awaiting me on the next page. Right, 16 screws. Touch the y-axis to the bed plate. Get this back. So goes that end, so that goes that end, that goes here, so this goes, no, that's right, this down, this on top. I'm going to put in a couple of screws and check everything is positioned how I want it. Okay. Yeah, the lack of Loctite and washers. I think it will result in the screws coming loose slowly over time, especially if you do maybe quite a lot of the CNC operations. Some of the really large 3D printers like V24 and some of the rat rigs are too big to fit through the door. Yep, I built one of those, the 500 I built. I had to build it in the living room because it's the only room in the house where I could fit it through the door to get it outside. You can probably hear my concern, my internal concern from where you are. Despite the enormous effort put into the rigidity of basically everything, they do seem to have neglected the wobbliness of this plate. Admittedly, I've not tightened the screws, so that will have an impact. Maybe it's going to be better once I've tightened the screws. Yeah, I think it will be. This is just screw wobble. Okay, cool. Make sure the modules are aligned. Yep, tighten the screws on the wire. So this is the things that I need to tighten now. I think I missed that one. Build my side, declare it as a shed. They are pretty huge. When I was building it, I was like, I need a table that's going to be able to fit this on. Because this one here is only, the whole table is only like 600 millimeters deep. And obviously the 500mm platform is just the build space. The actual machine is like 760 or something. And then it's like 900 millimeters tall. But I ended up just putting it on the floor and building it there. And you think, well, you end up like cross-legged on the floor building or something. You don't. You just like, it's so big. Oh, that doesn't seem to have helped very much. It's quite rigid compared to everything else. We shall see, we shall see. Z-axis holders to the base plate. Where are my Z-axis holders? Brackets and adapters. How many people are actually here today? I realised I haven't checked. 43. Not too bad. Well, for those that don't know, by the way, I've been running a shop for a little while now. Hopefully everyone's aware. But I have a shop, so check it periodically for stuff and things. I try to stock things that are not elsewhere, so yeah, cool stuff. There's stuff and things. Some things I designed. I'm also reselling some other people's things, like the CNC kitchen insert tools and threaded things. And there'll be some more stuff coming soon. But just so you know, I have a shop. Anyway, M4 by 8mm screw. Again, there's 2 carriages total, 1 on either side. I do feel like it could benefit from 2 here, 2 here. You'd have to make the printer longer, but depending on the spacing. But I feel that would just help an enormous amount in this. Because for CNC operation, in particular, I think it's going to be pretty important. We have daybreaks, we have the white daybreaks, we have daybreak Neos, which are obviously RGB, and we have Dayspring, which are kind of the same thing but redesigned from scratch for the wrap rig printers. So ideal sizes, spacing, extensions for the larger printers. Because it would have been a nightmare, I think, to ship like 400 and 500mm long LED strips, considering they're only like less than 2mm thick and they're like 11mm wide. It would have cost so much to like ship them in a long tube and stuff that I was like, let's make them shorter and we can ship them more sensibly. And there's just these really easy adapters, and I made it so the actual LED spacing is like perfect all the way along. You can't see where there's a drawing. It's lush. That's right. So there's those 2 things. We have the touchscreen holder. Is that with the touchscreen? This is an aluminium bracket with some things. So that's going to go. It's less easy now that those other brackets are in. I'm not a big fan of this screwdriver. It's kind of slippery and it's kind of sharp on these machined edges. It looks really cool, but practically it's not that great. Identify the 2 linear axis modules with the laser pattern LED 08mm. They will be the Z axis, as predicted. So step 10, thread the connected cables through the holes of the holders and then attach the Z-axis to the Z-axis holders. Do not tighten the screws until step 14. These are in 4x8. Take this off with this whopping great connector through. I'm guessing it's going down. Yeah, down through the plate. Weird. Okay. I guess what is quite nice is this longer driver bit. That's something I don't have. But like the iFixit handle is much nicer to use. Oh, it doesn't fit that. It's larger. Rats. It's not easy to thread all this stuff. Right. This machine is going to weigh an absolute ton by the time it's assembled. The number of screws is weird. It's strange that they don't ask you to attach it. Or maybe they do. Oh, there are holes there as well. I was going to say it doesn't tell you to attach it downwards, but I think will in a second. I accidentally. Cool, that's right. It should wobble at the moment because we should not tighten them. That's a bunch of screws. Next one is 8 more screws up through the base. Oops, it isn't. Oh, quick break. Might switch over to my iFixit. What's it? Is that the right size? Nope. They have funny size heads in the screws. But they're very loose. They aren't M4 screws, so they should have a 2.5mm hex. But it's kind of weird. It's not very tight. So I've got 8 more screws going into the base here. Do not tighten the screws until step 15. I'm going to have to come back and tighten a lot of screws. Oh, by the way, VLMP came back in stock today, so I know there were a few people asking about that. We did go out of stock briefly, which is, I mean, good in ways, because we sold all the ones we had, and we've just got some new ones in time. So it was only out of stock for a few days, but you can buy those again now. Full kits are available. I think there's plenty of stock of printed parts as well. Probably more brown than black, but lots of printed parts. Custom grips are still available. And the whole hardware kit. We've got like a good number of hardware kits now. Right. We did do 8. 1, 2, 3. That doesn't look like it's in. It isn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From the middle, move the platform. Did I? Just couldn't remember how much I tightened them. From the middle, move the platform to the position as illustrated. Then move the Z-axis sliders to the farthest end. Right. It's weird why it tells you to align them initially. Why not just tell me to move them all the way to the end at the start? That's those. Not often you get told to just force stepper motors. Right. The last linear module with the laser pattern lead 20 will be the X-axis. Lead 20. Attach the X-axis to the sliders on the Z-axis. To go on there or something. That doesn't sound good. So, where's this going? This wire coming out of this end. What are you thinking on impressions so far, those of you watching? What's the what are you thinking? Tell me what you are thinking. Oh, that's not right. Ah, it's the what? It's the inner holes in one and the outer holes in the other. Sorry, that light is sun. Go away. You're making my lighting bad. Yeah, use of steel screws would be nice. It's just the amount of times I've dropped them now. And still no sign of a single washer or any Loctite. I believe all of these modules are lead screws. So you can't actually, I mean, you could probably open them, but it's not intended for them to be opened. So in the way I moved them and pushed them, they felt like lead screws because they had a, you could feel it kind of wibbly wobbling inside, as they tend to do a little bit. Not like wibbly wobbly, but like, you know, they have a kind of friction pitch sort of thing. Right. 13, 8 screws, 14. Tighten the screws that are used to attach the Z-axis to the Z-axis holders. Okie dokie. Evening, Ronnie. Evening, all. Get those done. That's too much light. Too much light. We cannot accept it. Must be changed. I'm just going to waddle my way to the bed. Probably wouldn't be too long before it went itself. So glary. Chris, welcome. Thank you very much for supporting me in doing things. Much appreciated. New member. Okay. Cool. Everything seems really blue now. So that's what we've done. And now we've got to flip it over again and do the ones on the bottom. Please. I don't know if they were sold as oven gloves or not. I guess they're probably oven gloves. They were high temperature gloves. I don't think they're intended for like cooking ovens. Just because they're kind of woolen and you get like food and stuff stuck in them probably. Great for taking 100 degrees bed plates off of 3D printers when you have zero patience. Make sure both ends of the linear module are in horizontal alignment with each other throughout the process. Put your hands on each end of the linear module and move the x-axis to the top. Put your hands on the ends and move it to the top. How might one do that? Oh, that's a lot of work. It's insanely heavy. It's a bit overbuilt for a 3D printer and underbuilt for a CNC, I feel, at the moment. Hopefully my impressions will change. We shall see. Locate the Y conversion cable and the attached cable on both of the two Y axes as illustrated. Connect them to the converter. Try the wrong way. Like a constant wrestling match to have it in the correct orientation. Not entirely clear where these cables are supposed to go. The way they've done it on the diagram makes it look like there's like a perfect channel for them to sit in, but there isn't. Come on. That's in there. So that's just going to be a splitter, I think. There's probably not even anything clever in there. I'm going to screw this down. 4x30, 4x10. Side cutters, offhand. USB drive. And 4 inches. Have you had an Anycubic Cobra Max? I've not. I don't think I've ever owned an Anycubic printer at all, actually. The only like recent large format machine I've had is the Elegoo Neptune 3 Max, which I was actually reasonably impressed with. I got a review video on that one. How big is the Cobra Max? Presumably a similar size. It's a weird way to hold something down because there's no actual holes. It's just like restricting the motion through like putting stuff in the corners. It's a bit weird. It works. Now we have to do another one for the Z converters. I assume they're both the same. Hopefully, because I didn't check. So we've got this one here. $400, $400, $450. That's pretty similar to the Ender 3 Max, Neptune 3 Max rather. And that was, I think, 420 or something. Pretty big anyway. They just need big nozzles. Big nozzle is a little bit harder to tune, I've discovered recently. You want like perfect top layers. The walls always look good pretty much because the kind of extrusion inconsistencies you would see in small layers just get smoothed out by the fact that there's loads of plastic. So the walls are always like super nice. One of which so bad, Brandon? These that I'm building are the Neptune 3 Max. Oh, we should have some extra motor cables somewhere. Cables. USB. some cable in here. This is only one cable. I think there's meant to be two. Maybe this is the wrong thing. Connectors. I wonder if it says in the manual where these cables are, because I can't find them. Ah, that's the power cable, this long one. Let's go with the power supply. Oh, it's in the box with the controller. Oh, of course, that must be what I saw earlier in the bottom of there. I remember. That's optimistic, Brennan. I look forward to having good results then. I'm not much of an expert when it comes to CNC, so it's kind of hopefully a good first machine for me. Z, Y. Is it marked both ends? Yep. That's going to go into here. Ow. Connectors are absolutely huge. I've recently gone for a big printer for props since I spare a lot of time printing the whole thing in one go. Yeah. Save a lot of times printing the whole thing in one go, as opposed to obviously like gluing and assembling it and that kind of stuff. That definitely makes sense. Good idea. That's that. Move that up. Move that down. Move that out. That here. Do that there. You can use the cable tie to organize the cables. Okay, the organized on the top is the bottom that is disorganized. Controller. And 4x30. Again, they've used extrusion the whole time. So this is extruded in like a big tube, and they've cut that out, and then that saves them having to make holes. All these gaps at the end are just as a way to make holes. Kind of smart. It works. The problem with this method is the screws just don't really hold onto this box properly. As you tighten them, they just sort of slip a little bit. I guess they don't need to be tight, but Have I done this the wrong way up? Of course I have. What a given. It wants it this way around. Which is not very different, but it is a little bit different. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh. Hello, John. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that in like a sighing way. I just happened to be sort of sighing as I said hello. Right, now it wants me to plug some stuff in. So we've got the X-axis cable, and that is the third plug down. Bibbidi bobbidi boom. Plug. It's just gonna stay there, I suppose. Z is this one here. Nice thing is that they're labelled. Y. The bad thing is that they're just sort of there. XYZ, that's it for now. Keep the rubber covers, it says, on the unused ports. Place the touchscreen and then connect the touchscreen with the controller. It looks like you come at quite a good time, John, because up to now we've been doing mostly lots of screws. I was going to say we've just mostly been screwing and then realised that might come across a bit wrong. Ooh. Ah, yes, this is the USB. The USB-C that's just USB-C. Oh yeah, I did, didn't I? Oops. Do not connect or disconnect any cables when the machine is powered on. Connect the power cables for the power module. Oh, I've just realised then. The power supply doesn't connect to the machine. I guess that's fine. For some reason, I was expecting it to be attached to it. They do have a few modules that attach together in minutes, as long as it's 59 minutes. Wow, we've been going for an hour and 42 minutes. No, well, they have So the modules are all very similar. Is that really much of a benefit? Maybe to them in production? It's not necessarily made it that easy to put together. It's taken a lot of screws. You have successfully assembled the machine body. Now just select one function to complete the assembly and bring your first job into the world. The world. So I feel like 3D printing should be the first one because familiarity. I'm hoping now. Oops. The manual is like a glossy magazine. It's very premium. It was very much the theme of the whole machine. They've gone for the premium end of the market, that's for sure. But does that make it good? That's the real question, isn't it? Right. How to assemble the 3D printer. So we've got 3 tool heads. We've got a laser tool head. Lots of good warnings. Good to have warnings. I get nervous about looking into the end of it, even when it's got no power on. The CNC, so you've got a spindle in there. And then just one connector. And then your 3D printer hot end. Ooh, hello. Ooh, hello. This is one of those occasions where it looks very nice on the outside and not quite so nice on the inside. There's so many just tiny little bits on these printers, on this machine. Got your hot end there. Sorry, I should give you a closer look. I feel like I'm looking and not showing you anything. So this is like a button. You have to kind of push it in and then push it to the side. And that's your kind of chamber. So the actual extrusion gear is obviously just this right in here. It's just got gear teeth all the way along. Got your idler on this side. No adjustment really for that idler. That's just, it looks like the same. The spring that's the idler is the same spring that is part of the door. So you have to then push this latch back, push it in and slide it back across. It's a little bit fiddly. Got a probe down here. This is the heat block in the middle with the sock on it. I don't think we've got any different nozzles, so it's the only nozzle is the included nozzle. It was a small diameter gear. .3D printing module, M4x8 screws. E3D claims to have finished a high flow revo. Where's that? Have they announced that at the Rocky Mountain Rap Festival? You can't really shorten it, can you? Because the Rumurf is not exactly the word to say it. Rumurf. 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 I don't know how people are pronouncing it. Then take this. Goes here. This goes over here. Oh, Adam, you've missed the whole thing again. That's what this looks like. Rumur. Not announced. Ooh. News. Secret news. I'm looking for a spool holder now. Oh, probably it is. Yeah, it's maybe here. This one up. Shoot. That's definitely the downside of this. Bath. I think the Smurf one for UK is pretty good. Brilliant naming. Bay Area Rep Rap Festival. Bath. But then you have to say, are you going to Bath? Where's the other thing that I need for this? M4x10. This way, this way, this way. You're joking, right? Surely you know what that means. Well, yeah, Bath, but it's also. I do think it sounds like going to Bath with just a bad accent, or a different accent with a. I don't know. Would it be London? I don't think it's that London. It's just kind of slangy, isn't it? 2 M4x10 screws. Why is the diagram such a confusing way around? Over here. The spool holder looks a bit narrow for my standard spools. That's going to be annoying. Oh no. Oh, it hits the screw down at the bottom. That's not ideal. Really? Oh no, it looks like you can slide that up a bit. Nice. That should work okay. South London, they say F as well. Attach the heated bed to the platform. This is just frustrating because I don't want to. These are like the little tool things, obviously, for holding your workpiece. I suppose they're kind of gripped in that. Yeah, that's fine. And that is a heated bed, alright. It looks like it's designed similar to the Prusa one, Mark III. I've not seen a Mark IV bed yet. I assume the heater is very much the same as the old style. How am I going to get this on here? The screw from the top? Looks like it, yes. I don't know. I'm not sure this is steel. It looks like it's just some plastic. No, it's got to be steel. It's quite stiff. Right, now we're going to have to... Oh, sprung into place. Right. Do not print directly on this surface. Absolutely. This process has taken quite a lot longer than I thought it would. I did suspect the assembly would be quick, and it's not, is it? Depends how much you enjoy the process. I think if you're buying this with the impression that you can just whack it together in 10 minutes, I think you'd be disappointed. But if you're after a good afternoon of building things, then you're going to have one hell of a result at the end. In terms of visual spectacle, anyway. Probably loosen this, loosen this. It doesn't look like there's any zoned heating. Looks like it's uniform heating across the whole bed. Yes, I mean, a Voron is fully assembled completely from from scratch in it, so I don't think anyone would buy that with the impression that it's going to go together quickly. I don't think anyone gave or intended that impression. I only meant zoned heating as not as in like just heat the middle and then out the outside. I think that's kind of not great anyway, because you don't really save much. You can't really control where heat goes like that. You can control the amount of power, but it's just going to take longer. Because you're still going to be heating up stuff. You're only heating from here, and all of this is just losing heat. Like, it's not just going to suddenly insulate and just heat this perfect little square in the middle, just because that's what you wanted. Heat is just going to travel wherever the hell, and you have to deal with it. Right, that sounds pretty good. By zone heaters, what I meant was you typically have greater heat loss at the edges. So if you want to be able to use the whole volume, you need to add additional heating at the outer zone to compensate for the additional heat loss and retaining the same temperature. If you heat it evenly across the whole plate and you have additional cooling in this area, like the whole perimeter, then that will basically settle at a lower temperature than the middle of the plate. So you have to have a different heating capacity around the perimeter to what you have in the middle. And it does certainly have some like different traces along here, but I think that's more just because they couldn't fit the right number to go back and forwards and then fill this zone, so you just do it the other direction to allow it to fill the area. The line traces, etc., all look the same size. Print sheet. 1 sheet, 2 sheet, 3 sheet, 4 sheet, and that's just going to go like so. No kind of locking pins or tabs. You've got a little bit of finger space at the front here, but not too much. Connect the heated bed with the controller. It's for adaptive heating. I'm not sure that would work particularly well. Remember, laser power is not necessarily great as continuous power. 10 watts, somewhat laser, can do a lot of heating in a very small area, but not over a large area, because it's still only 10 watts. Attach the cable holder to the Z axis and then lock the full head cable into place. What's this? Some Velcro stuff. Let's get in screws. I saw this little aluminium bracket there. There it is. And 2 M4x8 screws. That's just with this cable. Get managed back here. Like so. Keep it out of trouble, I think, basically. Make sure there is enough cable length for the whole head to move. That looks like a yes. Initial setup. Plug the AC power cable into an electrical outlet, switch the power on and follow the prompts on the touchscreen. Okie dokie. We are ready for power on. Let me get all these back in here. Got some side cutters. Hello, Squirrel Brain. It does indeed look awesome. Hopefully it can print awesome too. We've got a little USB drive. Got a pretty scrapey, scratchy thing. Standard side cutters, very cheap and nasty kind of things. USB drive, scrapey thing. Don't know what this lot is. Oh, the dividers for the box. Okay, sure. We have tweezers. Tweezers are always nice to have, useful for grabbing hot filament. For those that don't have asbestos fingers. And then 14 and 17mm spanner. Presumably these are for collets on spindles. There's also ER11-A collet and nut. There's a flat end mill, shank diameter 3.175mm. And there is ball end mill, shank diameter 3.175mm. There's some M4x70 screws, which are for those clampy things to hold stuff down. Are you a Doctor Who fan? I don't dislike it. I watch like the Christmas stuff and things when it's on. I don't dislike it, but I don't actively follow it. I appreciate it, but I don't necessarily enjoy it that much, to be honest. I suppose I should show you through the other accessories and stuff, just so you know, because we're not going to be covering the CNC stuff all today. We simply do not have time. So the lights just changed for some reason, but I think it'll be all right. These plates, I think these black plates are for the laser cutter, so that when the laser goes through, it just is this black plate and kind of gets absorbed rather than reflected anywhere. And this looks like the build plate, wooden plate, MDF for doing your CNC stuff. So you've got all like these holes for your holding stuff down, your tool clampy things. That's just basically a piece of MDF with lots of inserts threaded into it. Everything's really nicely finished. You definitely, I mean, quality-wise of like build part quality, definitely matches the price tag, I think. You could probably do parts of it cheaper, like if you wanted a replacement or something like that. But I don't think this tool is really designed for people who want to do things all themselves. This is for people who want to have a tool and have fun using it, not modifying it. So, we should have a 2-3 minute break for just a few minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll start the turning on and the testy out. So we'll be back in just a few minutes. It's time for an interlude, an intermission, hopefully. Right. That V0.1 does in fact need an upgrade. You're not wrong there. I spent a lot of time doing like extra things recently. So much stuff just gets released at such a fast pace, it's basically impossible to keep up. Right. Let's turn the thing on and do what it tells us to do. So have a looky like that. I'm gonna bet this is gonna be super loud. Huh. Look at that. So the Milo parts. Milo. I kind of want to call it Milo because it's like a Milo. I don't know. But also it's just Milo. I don't know. You tell me, Jake. How am I supposed to be pronouncing it? In your shorts. Oh, you saw the Milo parts? Yes. Well, I'm testing with like 0.8 nozzle and see if it looks good. Like walls and stuff can look great with the 0.8 nozzle, but I'm finding it really difficult to tune a really nice looking top layer. Yeah, it does have a light. It's pretty intense, isn't it? It's actually like a breathing light as well. Hmm. I think we're going to leave that there. It's such a nice screen as well. Like this is a proper phone screen. This is not the kind of terrible screens you normally get with 3D printers. Question is, do you need it? Is it nice? Yes. Let's make something wonderful. Yes, let's. Oh, look at all of these things you have to agree to. Hang on a minute. Let's see if these are actually things I want to agree to. Well, we use your data to provide and improve our services. By using our services, you agree to the collection and use of information in accordance with this policy. By using this product, you agree to be bound by the terms. If you disagree to any of them, you may not use the product. We reserve the right at sole discretion to modify or replace these terms at any time. When you use this device, we automatically collect certain device information, including your IP address, device working time, and user preferences. We collect device information using the following technology: log files, track actions occurring on the device, and collect data including your use time, printer settings, printing models, and date/timestamps. Touchscreen map uses the collection of data to provide and maintain services, to notify you about changes to our services, to allow you to participate in interactive features for our services, to provide customer care and support, to provide analysis or value information that we can improve our services, to monitor the usage of our services, to detect, prevent, and address technical issues. We use certain physical, organizational, and technical safeguards that are designed to improve the integrity and security of information. Please be aware that no security measures are perfect. Your information will not be accessed, viewed, disclosed, altered, or destroyed by breach of any of our physical, technical, or organizational safeguards. If you have any questions, please read and understand the user manual before using this product. Failure to follow operating instructions may result in injury. Well, you obviously don't have any option. I don't think it should be sending the model data to them, but there you go. Snapmaker Rune Hako. Don't know what that means, but sure. I don't think we want to share this publicly. Milo. is the way I would say it. But Milo sounds good too. At the end of the day, it's your machine, so it's up to you. Apple has a patent on breathing LEDs, at least with a particular waveform. Okay, it doesn't seem to have connected to the network. Yeah, because my phone is tethered to a 3D printer, literally. Connection failed. Wow, this is going well. Going to have to go and check my Wi-Fi settings. I'll be back in a minute. This is not great. I'd show you what's going on, but I don't. It just doesn't work. How can I test that I'm getting the Wi-Fi password correct? Disconnect on my phone. Excuse me while I use my phone in the middle of a live stream to test the Wi-Fi. Yep, I'm getting the password correct. Skip this step if you have completed the initial setup. If you need to change the settings above, swipe left on the home page. Wi-Fi about machine. The initial guide, which helps you get started, will appear only once. If you need to launch it again, swipe left on the home screen. Settings, tap guides. Calibrate the bed. Yeah, I mean, I literally just forgot the network on my phone and retyped it, and it worked fine. Oh, it now works. Okay, it took 4 attempts or whatever, but we've connected. Safety instructions. Do not touch the nozzle or heated bed while the machine is printing or heating. Always unplug the machine before performing maintenance or modifications. Yes, I deliberately said that incorrectly. The 3D printing module will automatically probe and maintain data for specific points on the heated bed. You only need to manually calibrate the last point by adjusting the Z offset. Oh, we're off. Oh, it moved very fast and now it's moving very slow. Oh. It's got 3x3 leveling. It's not a lot of points. That is a very slow probing. I don't think I've ever seen a probing that slow. Let's get you a bit of view again. I'll bring that down. Okay. You don't really need to see the power supply, do you, I think? Weirdly, it's done this cold. So as soon as it heats up, it's gonna warp and heat something different. Which is not ideal. It really should have preheated before doing the bed leveling, bed mesh rather. Please level the reference point manually. It doesn't tell you how to do that, does it? Okay, there's more description here. It should probably say on the screen, check the manual if you're not sure. There's a lot of palaver about what it's doing. Run the auto leveling procedure on the touchscreen. Place the calibration card or piece. It has a calibration card! A piece of calibrated paper! I'm so excited. I don't think I know where that is. I've not seen it. Don't worry, I've got some calibrated paper already. There you go. A portion of calibrated paper. I think it's a mesh that it's created. It's not a very fine mesh. Run the auto leveling, place the thing, manually calibrated offset. Miles away. It's absolutely miles away. I'd rather have a 0.01 rather, but we'll call that acceptable for now. Load filament. We'll use the included filament, seeing as it comes with some. Should provide the best results. I don't know how much their filament is. But it looks like there's no special chips or anything in it, so you should be able to use any filament, I think. It's a whole kilo, which is nice. Not some just dodgy little loose piece of film. Oh, that's not a good start. There's 3 ends. I think it might have absorbed some moisture and broken in the packet. Don't know. We have preset a target nozzle temperature for our provided PLA filament. The nozzle will be heated to the target temperature. After the heating process is complete, follow quick start guide to load filament. Is it? I can't tell if it's actually... Is there a sensor? Okay, it's heating up. how it works. Motor, gears, heated block, how to load filament. Tap start. After the temperature reaches the target temperature, tap load and then gently push the filament into the printing module until you can fill. So there's no sensor. It's not going to sense when I put it through the top. You just have to press load when it's in there. Oh, that's pretty cool. I mean, it's not that cool, but... Touchscreens are not exactly the latest invention, but it's nice to have them on 3D printers. Looks like we've had some testing done already, so this has got some blue filament coming out. So we're at our temperature, we'll approach that and load. I think it's moving very, very slowly. Yep, but it is going. Clean the nozzle using the tweezers. Where are they? I mean, as a new user, I think you'd really appreciate this booklet. It's got pictures, diagrams, all in colour, lots of like helpful text. If no filament is coming out the nozzle, do not tap done until you repeat the steps above and filament extrudes successfully. So, I mean, we've got some extrusion, but it's the wrong colour. So it's clearly not quite got that. I just realised, how do you send files to the printer? Oh, there was a USB-A port on the controller, I think, actually. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the initial setup for 3D printing. Now you can prepare a G-code file using Snapmaker Luban to start making. Got it. Outdated module, linear module, 3D printing module, firmware detected. Please visit our website, download the latest version and update it before use. Well, that's annoying, isn't it? How do I update the firmware? Is that it? I think that's it. Firmware. Oh, I might be able to just do it on this machine. So what I did there, if you, from the main menu, this is what you have normally. Swipe here, settings, firmware update, check for updates, new version available, update now. Hopefully this doesn't take forever. Oh, let's take the screen peeling off. Screen will never be the same again. New features, nothing. Bug fixes. Fixed a bug that laser camera capture results shifted when using Snapmaker A350. Improved dual extrusion 3D printing module initialization data received to prevent not getting the right extruder offset value. Update now. Loading the update file. Updating modules. It is quite cool that all of this is like on the printer. I mean, I guess for this price, you would probably expect that. Lead screws or ball screws, it's some sort of screws, I believe. Still finishing up the update. I'm hoping there'll be a quick file we can print off of this. There's a USB drive that comes with it. In this very difficult to open case. Why? I can't open the case. There we go. This is packaged. It's worth like $1,000. It's concerning that it's still seeing a 100% firmware update, isn't it? Your printer supports filament runout recovery and power loss recovery, so there's no need to worry about resuming printing anymore. When the filament runs out, tap Ready to load and load new filament to resume printing. So it does have a filament sensor, so why the dickens does it not use that filament sensor? Yeah, no. Why does it not use the filament sensor to tell you to know when there's filament inside? Updating main controller. If they use some serious motors and ball screws, they could achieve high speeds, like Pantheon does. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything necessarily preventing it from going fast. I don't know what the kind of performance is expected to be honest. I'm not expecting particularly fast, just because when you do a machine that's 3-in-1, you end up compromising on all of them in order to have a machine that can do all of them. So I would expect the speeds to be more in line with the CNC machine. CNC? CNC? Very difficult to talk today, apparently. I expect the speeds to be more in line with a CNC mill than a high-speed printer. Updated successfully. Complete. Right. Files. Empty. Roll. Continue, the machine needs to go to its home position. Go to home. Why did it? I suppose it reset after doing firmware. Nozzle. Set the nozzle temperature before changing filament. Nozzle will be heated to 200 by default. That's just gone for it. Go to bed. 100 looks like the max. Calibrate the bed, we don't need to do that. So hopefully they've put some files on here. Please, please, please. Files. USB device detected. USB. Empty. That's nice that you have sort by name and sort by date options. But there are no files on the stick. Okay, so what I've got here, ta-da, as if by magic, this is Luban. It feels like it should be pronounced Luba or Luban. This is their slicer software. I don't know how much of it's theirs and how much of it's Cura or Prusa Slicer based, but this is their setup system. Snapmaker original with Z-axis, A150. A250 or A250T, yes. Single extrusion. I don't know what the module is. I've no idea. Let's check. It does not say. Got a camera on it though. 1600 milliwatts. So that's pretty low power, isn't it? That's 1.6 watts. Mission project. Get started. 3D printing. Import an object. Select objects. Assign extruder. Place or transform the object. Edit the object. Select the machine and material. Configure parameters. Generate the G-code. Export the G-code. Save the project. Bibbidi bobbidi boom. I don't want that. That's huge. I know it's pretty stereotypical, but I'm going to do a Benchy. So this is repairing the STL. That's good that it can do that. Feels like Cura. So we don't need to manipulate it particularly. Yeah, these buttons are Cura style, so I'm guessing it's based on Cura. Print mode normal, materials, PLA black. Not sure the colour's going to matter much, is it? Lots of pre-built profiles, that's quite nice. Including one for ASA with 80-degree temperature bed. ABS 235 with an 80 bed. That's maybe optimistic, but okay. Select material. PLA black. And fit the basic material property. Oh no. Just using this. That machine. Yeah, done. Custom. Default. Fast print. Smooth surface. Precise and strong. Let's go fast print. Fast print speed is 60. Yeah, it's not fast then, is it? Well, it might have been when it was released 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Was it? When was this printer released? I mean, they said to me it was new, but I looked it up and I think it was released in... I mean, the Kickstarter was, I think, 2020. I think they released it 2021 or 20... Yeah. So it's not really that new. I'm gonna actually change the size. If I can work out how to do that. Scale. That looks very like Kira. I think that's pretty much as one would expect. Exported. Can I not send it to the printer? I'd have thought I'd be able to send it directly over the network. Loaded the G code to the workspace. Ooh, this is weird. Wi-Fi. Add to Wi-Fi. IP address. I don't know what its IP address is. Settings. Wi-Fi. That machine. IP address 162. Connect. Screen authorization needed. Would you like to connect? Yes. And now I think we can control it from here. Home. Yes, it works. We have a console, we can send commands manually, set nozzle temperatures and stuff. Looks like we can create a queue. Start on Lubin. Machine coordinates, jog speed, run boundary. Import, edit, export, send to device. Still sending. Be nice to have a loading bar, so do you have an idea of how far it's got? It doesn't say on the. So you lose all the settings on the device itself when you connect to it like this. There's no settings menu or anything here now. Don't know why that's a button. Still says sending file. It's only 1.56 megabytes, so it shouldn't really take very long, but it does seem to be taking a little while. How's the audio been? Is it been a bit rubbish still? I'd like something that's a little bit less tinny sounding. This is very slow. Very slow. What's it doing? It's a tiny file. It's 1.56 megabytes. We downloaded like a 60 megabyte update, didn't we? Oh. Started it. I wonder how much of it. Weird. It's a bit strange that I'm controlling it from here. Like, I think when I sent it to the printer, it was already on the printer. I feel like now if I close this off, it's just going to stop the print, which is not really what I want. I want the print to be run from the printer. We'll see. As it gets started, I'll close the window. Doesn't seem to be much happening. This is going to take 51 minutes. Not particularly speedy. Oh, I've got that piece of filament stuck in the book. Oh yeah, it's heating up. Look how much it's oozing. It also smells pretty funky. I think that's probably silicone sock. They tend to smell a bit weird the first time you heat them up. Nearly 3 hours already. Damn, this has been a slow build. Have I just been really slow? I wonder I'm feeling tired and hungry. Oh, it's going to go quite high bed temperature. 70 for the bed. It only wants 80 for ABS. That's a bit weird. So what are we going to do? If it's Cura based, it'll probably come down here and do a prime line up and back on that left hand side. Sorry, I should have it here. So it's doing a purge. What the fuck? It's like 4 millimeters away. We did all that calibration. It's not even close. What the hell? It's not even near the bed. Look at it's just there's so much space. Oh dear. How are you so far away? Oh man, you have one job. Right, let's close this window and see if it stops the print. The machine loses connection with Luban. Only when you tap stop, the current job will be terminated. So I was just about to press stop then, which I will need to because it's just a big hot mess of nothing. But it looks like it has sent it the whole G code for the print. And when you press stop, it'll stop. I don't know why it does that. You should just have a button down there, but anyway. So there you go. I'm glad we got that done. There's the benchy. You can see the text there in the bottom. Some really nice detail of the text, and the bowels come out. Oh man. Okay, let's try that again. It's clearly not saved the Z offset, has it? Not even close. Oh dear. You're welcome, Steve. Thank you for the thank yous. You're welcome. I keep bumping the microphone. I can't believe how shockingly useless that print was. This is just... You're going to be slow, at least be good. Right. Select the reference level. Using my calibrated paper. Gone away. I have to get another calibrated piece of paper. Has it saved it that time? Who knows? Local. No, there's no files there. Repair it again. Great. Generate. Export. And save it to the card. The USB drive, rather. And then let's try this Luban thing again. Luban workspace. It hadn't disconnected from the last time, so... Okay. Send to device. File sent. File transfer. Disconnect. Files are empty. Oh, here we go. We've now got a Benchy on the thing. It's not got a preview. There we go. Now it's got a full preview. Is it 3D? Not quite. Just settings. Nozzle temperature, bed temperature, Z offset. 0 Z offset. Work speed 100%. Start. Now I have to wait for it to heat up again. Doopy 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 doo. The heat up's quite slow as well, unfortunately. I guess one of the downsides again, because it's 3-in-1, the power supply is a little bit underpowered, probably 350 watts for, I don't know, a bed this size and a hot end, that should be fine, 350 watts. Or it was 320, wasn't it? But I think the Prusa's like 300 or something anyway, so must be doable. There's never a strain relief on the bed either. It's quite a flexible cable, but it does just go into the solid bed. There's not much support. Should you get a bigger nozzle when it comes to bigger 3D printers? In my opinion, yes. I mean, you don't have to. You definitely don't have to. You don't feel like you need to. But I feel a larger nozzle is more optimal. It's quite basically because when you have a large printer, if it's a bed slinger, meaning just the bed is moving on any axis, unless it's Z, we can probably exclude Z because it's generally slow and doesn't really matter. But if it's moving on X or Y, it's going to be a large mass that has to move relatively fast. You're going to be limited on the acceleration and overall print speeds of the bed because of its size. When you have a hot end of a given flow rate, a larger nozzle diameter, larger line widths, thicker lines, will allow high flow rates, e.g. high printing completion rate, at low printing speeds, aka large bed speeds. So a large fat nozzle matches better, in my opinion, to a slower printer, aka a larger one, in comparison to small nozzles, small printers. The other factor is, of course, the overall build volume. If you were intending to make things that fill that volume and print them within your own lifetime, you want to avoid tiny nozzles because they have to move so far and so slowly in order to complete the print. Hopefully I said that close enough to the microphone that you could actually hear what I was saying. If you're only going to print small things and you just want lots of them on the bed, then you can probably still get away with a 0.4 nozzle. But particularly if you want big Z heights, I quite liked having a larger nozzle. You do obviously give up some detail when you do that. Just the fineness of the resolution and the general print quality will look more 3D printed. Obviously, the smaller nozzle you go, smaller details, you can make something that looks more injection molded, which is sometimes what people are after. if you like the fat layer lines and like to see where like the nozzle path, you can produce really strong, really thick, really good parts with big nozzles. They just look 3D printed. Right, we've been much more successful this time. Probably that first Z Proby thing that I did in the quick start just didn't save any data. Or maybe it got reset by the firmware upgrade. That's probably what happened, isn't it? So this is the printing speed. It's going to take absolutely donkey's years for this to finish. In fact, it might take so long that I'm tempted to leave it. I'll go back, get my dinner. Unless anyone has questions about the experience so far, I could make some notes for myself as much as anything. And we'll kind of do a summary wrap up. Build quality. Very good. Very good. All metal parts. Nice rigid frame. But kind of wobbly bed. Needs 4-carriage mounting. In my opinion. I keep going to reiterate in my opinion because largely this will be my opinions. It probably just seems quiet because the microphone is not close to it. I don't think it's that quiet really. The fan noise is probably on par or slightly less than your standard bed slingers. The motor noise is higher than the general cheap printer. Compared to a Voron, it's pretty quiet, I guess, but it's also not printing at anything like Voron type speeds and accelerations, so. Assembly process. I don't know why I'm doing this on a tiny piece of paper. There's a great manual. Everything's well labelled. The process was simple. But too many screws. And the screws were a bit rubbish. And they should be stainless steel. They should be carbon steel. Unboxing, packaging. I think the packaging was good. There's lots to recycle. There's a good little toolbox for the parts. I mean, it's not exactly the most durable thing, but if this is going to be like your accessory box that you keep for your 3D printing stuff, I think that's very reasonable for a household. I mean, it's got a clip. If you were like doing something every day in and out, you probably want something more robust, but for something that you're just going to keep by your printer with some screws, tools and that kind of stuff, I think this is pretty good. It's something that you'd probably end up buying yourself anyway at some point, so good that it's included. The screwdriver is a bit crap. It's kind of where it's been machined, the edges are kind of sharp, so it wears on your fingers as you do it. There's also, it's kind of a bit too short, even if you compare it to this, which looks kind of the same length, but for some reason this feels the right length and this doesn't. I think because it's quite fat. This has got a nice area for your fingers. This is just not quite in the right place, and there's no spinny bit on the end, so you can't apply pressure whilst you push. What else was I think the first impressions, like as we were doing the unboxing, that was all kind of interesting, exciting. It looked very professional and well done. Software. Well, let's do firmware first. Wi-Fi didn't connect first time. I think it was like the 4th try, I think, if I remember correctly. Other than that, it's a nice fast interface, and it's good that there's lots of options. They've used... Oh, I can't really... Oh, can I? No, not really. It's nice that there's loads of... Like a phone screen, like there's loads of options, and they've used the resolution and detail of the screen to its advantage, rather than just displaying some massive things on a high resolution screen. Lots of options. Good use of the resolution. Update should retain settings. Very good point. But I thought the process itself was really quite good. The fact that I went to... My first instinct was, oh, okay, we're going to have to go download it, transfer it, tell it where it is, make sure it's the right file and the right name, browse to it, select it, upgrade it. But no, it's just like firmware, new version, boom. Doing it all on the device, given it has a Wi-Fi network. Seems sensible. There was a preview before we started, but I think you're right, preview during print might be nice. As a reminder of what you're doing. I don't know, I don't really feel like I need it. Is there a web interface? Like if we just go to the IP address. No. I think a web interface would be sensible to have, because I don't really necessarily want to come to the printer to deal with it. I want to be able to do it from the other room, and I might not have that software on that specific computer. Got a few different machines running different things, so I don't want to have to open the slicer, browse to the thing, connect to it, and then inspect it. I just want to add it to my favorites on Chrome, select it, boom, that's the settings. This is like the whole review. I've done it. What else do we need to... I mean, software, slicing, that kind of thing is going to take way more time to... I mean, I feel like I don't want a different slicer for this machine in the same way that I don't want a new slicer for every different machine made by different people. But at the same time, if it's one software that does the printing, the lasering, and the CNCing all in one software, I think that makes it acceptable that it's doing all of them. The whole interface I found quite confusing on this web interface, on this web kind of side of things. I don't really know, there's no like order, like what order I was supposed to press the buttons and do the things. Like here when I was trying to send it to device and it was kind of doing it and then didn't do it, and then start on Lubin, actually started it on the printer. I thought that was going to be like a preview, or just activate that file. I didn't know if the file was active or being previewed, or... So, a bit confusing. They should publish open source, definitely. Let's check that actually, because it might have done already. If it's based on Cura, it should just have a GitHub. Yep. So Snapmaker Lubin, it's all on here. I mean, I don't know if this correctly constitutes the requirements of the open source license, but on first appearances, that looks like they've done the right thing. All the files that are there should be there by the looks of it. Looks like it's fairly active. Last release 5 days ago. Contributors. Unless anyone tells me otherwise, that looks like they've complied with open source requirements. Is this a new model or is it the same as the Snapmaker 2.0? I think it's the same as the Snapmaker 2.0, but I'm not really sure. They said it was new. It's the A250T. I don't really know how new it is. It might have been they just told me it was new because they wanted me to review it or something. I don't really know. Does the help mention in Luben say based on Cura? Oh, maybe we don't want that. All these things, all these buttons are just taking me to their website. It doesn't look like there's a based on Cura. Yeah, so it's the Snapmaker 2.0 A250T. So I don't think it's actually very new, is it? Are the screws magnetically attached to the sleds? I'm not sure what you mean. These ones here are screwed down. Lots of screwed down. It might be pretty slow, but but the print quality looks reasonably good. I'm just writing down 1 kilogram spool included is nice. I think it takes a long time because I have to remove the entire bed, and that alone is like 14 screws plus the tool head, which is 4 screws, and then put all those screws back in with the new bed and the new tool. So probably quite a while, plus more if you want to have different tooling. I feel like this could probably go faster, but you don't see the lead screws. That's because they're inside the things. So this bit here, it looks like a thick bit of steel, but it's just a very thin strip. And as far as I know, it's like rolled up in something. And this is the bit that's kind of forwarding, retracting, and the thing is kind of holding in there. And it's inside. I don't really know. The lead screws are in here. You just can't see them. It's all enclosed so that if you're cutting wood and you get shit everywhere, it doesn't clog up your lead screws. Everything is enclosed. Drivers enclosed, power supply enclosed, steppers enclosed, motors enclosed. I mean, it's how quick is quick. I mean, I don't know how quick it would take. It's not a quick snap, snap, snap and you're done. It does feel like, who is the 3-in-1 benefit for? Is it easier? Is it for Snapmaker so they can sell one product and it reaches 3 markets? Or is it better for the consumer because they only need one to buy one product and it does 3 things? I mean, there's not a black and white answer. It's going to be somewhere in the middle, but given the time it takes to swap from one to another, it feels like it's more an advantage for them than it is for the consumer. Yeah, the laser. I mean, it's weird because obviously others have like this little bit of red plastic around the laser itself, and that gives you some sort of resemblance that it's going to be safe, and it's really not. Here they've not put anything on it. Does that make it less safe because you just go ahead and use it anyway, or does it make it more safe because you're not lied to by a false safety feature? Safety glasses are not enough. They have sent an enclosure, but I guess the enclosure is not required. It looks like I could buy this without an enclosure. I use Celebrity Jack Black. I mean, it seems terribly unlikely, doesn't it? As it happens, multiple people can have the same name. The only safe laser is one that won't operate without the closure in place. Yep, this is absolutely correct. But I do. Sorry, I'm yawning. It's awful. I don't know if the enclosure actually includes any end stops or not that would connect in to stop you. That's an add-on 2. And that says add-on 3. I don't know what those add-ons are. And that's add-on 1. I don't know what you're adding on. But if you're under the add-on things, presumably stuff like rotary axis. The print quality is pretty good. I think it's just very slow. Right, it's 7:30. I'm getting really hungry, so maybe I'll just leave you with this for a minute. Y'all can watch this print as it finishes off, and I shall return. Hopefully, if I remember. I'll come back later, maybe, and maybe do things. Or they'll just wait patiently. Okay, you're just entertaining yourselves now. Great. I'll be back in a minute. How are we doing? I'm supposed to be hiding. You do know that I can't see you anyway. All you have to do is not type, and I've no idea what's there. Oh, it's still going. This is such a long live stream. 3.5 hours. Let's package everything back into the box. That'll give me something to do for the remaining some time. You know what's great? I can pack everything back in the box exactly the way it came out because there's a guide of how the box was packed. Yes. So organised. I need this. And this. And this. And the screen and the filling box. Those are the bottom. I've been waving at you for 3 hours. Oh dear. Well, where's the fillet piece gone? Where's the fillet piece? cables and adapters and brackets. I don't know where the adapters and brackets box has gone. Can you show a view of the X-rail from the side? What do you mean? Like that? Are you wondering how the rail connects into the rail? It's kind of confusing, isn't it? It looks like it's just sort of floating on the top of nothing. Yes, all the rails are exactly the same. Well, they're not. The rail, the lead screw on the inside. I'm assuming they're lead screws rather than ball screws, but I don't know because I've not opened it. The whole plate is warm now. This bed plate's throwing as much heat downwards as it is up towards the top. That's how heating works. %150% speed! Should have done this sooner. It may well negatively impact the quality of the print. But we can just remember that the top bit is extra speed printing. Did anyone notice any visual or audio improvements between this stream and any of my other streams? Or was it very much the same? Did it seem very similar? What if I have the microphone really close like this? Does that sound better, or does that just sound weird? If I speak really close to the microphone, it should improve the quality. But it will also probably get very loud very quickly. There should be a graphical improvement to the visual quality in the main video, but I'm not sure I can see it. I'll probably check the YouTube recording afterwards. According to this, CPU is only being used like 28% by OBS. I have a bit of a RAM limitation. My DDR3 RAM, 8 gigabytes, is not quite enough. Sounds more like a radio DJ. Well, yeah, that's what you get when you have the microphone about an inch from your mouth. Because it can't hear anything around it because it's all just focused on your voice. I don't think there's any way I can get it to sound good or more radio-like with any other microphone, because everything else is just going to capture surrounding sound. I could potentially have like a shotgun microphone, and that's quite directional, and like have that up in front of me over here and point it towards me. It's an option. And it should reduce the kind of hitting the desk sound, which I'm sure you've had to deal with a lot over the last 4 hours. If anyone's been here for 4 hours, surely nobody's actually stuck through the whole 4 hours. Nearly 4, 3 and a bit. 3 3/4. It's going to be a bit of a race between the Benchy and the 4-hour time slot. We're going to have to just bump it. Right. How is it still only 56% of the way there? Madonna style. Oh, they're like attached to your face, clip over your ear kind of thing. I guess it's essentially a lavalier mic, isn't it? But taped to your face. It's kind of tempting. I'd have thought a lav mic, like on the chest, would be pretty good, but it just seems to capture too much room sound, or just sounds a bit not great. Tiny microphones just don't pick up much great sound. Like I don't know, they just end up not sounding very much like your voice, and just like a very middle tone representation of it. I should point out, the way the design of this microphone stand is pretty terrible. The I don't know if you can see very easily. If I move out of the way, you can see where the microphone is here and the pop filter mounts here, and it's right up here. Like, this mic is designed for this stand with this filter, and they do not line up. This should be further down, but you can't make it further down unless you bring it further out, and then it's absolutely miles away from the microphone. Also, the nuts and stuff have nothing to hold them in place, so they all just gradually loosen constantly over time, and it's not a great solution. Countless times I've been like, I might just redesign this again and again and again. I just can't be bothered. I end up just leaving it as it is. It works fine. It holds it. It's just not optimal and can need a little kind of fiddling every now and then to make it work. Otherwise, where's the mic pack gonna go? I'm gonna be back in a minute. Hopefully before this is done. This print is so slow. I cannot wait all this extra time. You have to do something to try and spice it up a bit. There's not a limit. It just keeps going. I think if we've learnt anything, it's that the print profiles are very slow and it can go faster. I'm starting to get a sore throat now. Probably from breathing in PLA fumage. Oh man alive! The V0 is pretty quick. I don't thrash it, to be honest. It could probably go faster, but... Considering this was like the ultimate speed profile, Even at 250%, it's not that fast. I think the problem is the accelerations. The accelerations are very slow. Maybe not very slow, but they're not that quick. God, the time estimate was even miles off. The time estimate said 50 minutes. This is at 72% and it's already been going for 57 minutes. If I'd have left it at the slowest possible speed, it would have been going for like an hour and a half or 2 hours. Right, I'm bored now. We're just going to leave it at that. I can't be bothered to wait any longer. Print profiles need to go faster. It's too slow. Try and get it close enough so you can see without looking at it from the bed. Oh, that comes off right. Print's off. Skirt could be there for a little while. So, for what it's done, I'd say it's done a pretty good job. It looks like a pretty nice benchy to me. Oh, that's some aggressive lighting. It's not looking so good in the aggressive lighting, but it's a pretty good benchy. Everything looks pretty smooth and nice and even, and nice curves and nice layers and barely any stringing. It's a good print, but it's pretty easy to print good when you print slow. Maybe we should learn something from that, and everyone should stop trying to print so fast. I don't know. Yep, it does look good, but it also looks very, very slow. This is still... Okay. Done. Finished. So if you want to know a little bit more about it, potentially something more on the CNC or laser cutting side of things, don't forget to check out the link in the description. It's just a link, just goes to their website, does all it does. Overall, I think you probably know my thoughts so far. These are all my first impressions that I wrote down, and I basically read them out as I did them. So if you didn't hear them as I read them out, you can skip back a little bit in the video. Maybe someone will very kindly put a timestamp for that in the comments, so you know where to skip to, where I run over my initial impressions. I should be very obvious. They gave me this printer. They've not paid me anything to say anything. I don't think they were even expecting a live stream. They just wanted a video, so there'll be a video about it at some point. They gave me this for free. That makes it an ad, even though they've not paid me, and I can say whatever I like. Hence me basically writing things that I like and dislike during the video. Anyway, hopefully that was enjoyable for you and informative, so you know lots more about this machine than you did before. I think I've had a pretty good look through, and it was quite nice actually to open up the electronics box and have a look a little bit inside there. It wasn't quite what I expected on the stepper driver side, but still quite interesting to see. So you can expect a little bit more. Maybe we'll try and do a CNC live stream or something where I set it up for that, or I'll just do it in my private time. We'll work out that when I come to it, depending on what else is going on. There's lots of other things. Keep an eye on the website, by the way. There's stuff actually going new up there fairly often at the moment, and some deals and sales and stuff as well. yeah, most of it's kind of unique to my shop, and I'm trying to keep it that way. So not so much stuff that you find elsewhere, but stuff you can find at Vector 3D. So cool. Thanks very much, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed it.